Good evening, everybody. It's 6:30. Welcome to the Safer Communities Subcommittee meeting on the 20th of November 2023. The first one is the evacuation procedure. There's a location plan of the exits and the assembly points situated on the doors of this room. Please familiarise yourselves with it. On discovering a fire, please carry out the following: sound the alarm, attack the fire if possible and safe to do so using the appliance provided. On hearing the evacuate signal, please carry out the following: exit the building by your nearest safe exit. All visitors report to Assembly Point G, all staff report to their designated assembly point on Woolpack Way car park. Do not leave the assembly point for any reason until told to do so by the incident controller, Toby, or fire brigade officer. Thank you. Item 2, apologies.
Chair, we have apologies from Councillor Humphreys, substitute is Councillor Simmons, and we have apologies from Councillor Phillips and substitute is Councillor Watts.
Okay. Well, accept.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosable pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? Not recorded, thank you. Item 4, public participation. We have one question that has been tabled, and is the lady online? No. There was a possibility that the lady who tabled the question was going to be online, but apparently she has COVID and is not able to do so. But I'll read out the question and then the response. The question is: I live in the parish of Middleton, and in recent months I felt unsafe in my community. There is an issue with residents and non-residents walking their dogs off lead on the public highway, and this has led to confrontations when residents have asked them to get their dogs under control and put them on a lead. There have been 2 major incidents, one where a postman was verbally abused and aggressively confronted, and another incident that led to threats and intimidation to myself. This was reported to Warwickshire Police, and on receiving a crime number, I forwarded the evidence requested. Disappointingly, the police did not investigate, even though they had photographs, video evidence and witnesses, and have ignored my further emails. Having contacted NWBC to ascertain who I should speak to in regards to dog control and never getting a response, I emailed the Environmental Health Officer and Chief Executive directly. I was told that NWBC do not have a dog control PSPO and therefore cannot enforce dogs being walked off a lead, and it is responsibility of the police. However, my community policing team have advised it is responsibility of the council. I am repeatedly being told that I am the only resident in North Warwickshire who has complained about this issue, and the council require numerous complaints before considering a dog control PSPO. So I would like to ask the Safer Communities Committee, is one resident feeling unsafe not enough, and how many people have to feel unsafe in their community before action is taken by the police and the council? The response that has been sent to the lady. Thank you for your question. And you raise an issue that officers have proposed a course of action which is set out below, as I understand you are aware. Firstly, it is clear that acts of aggression are criminal matters for the police to consider, and it would not be appropriate for the council to comment, particularly if that matter may be ongoing, given your dissatisfaction with the original response. The council does not have a public space protection order with regard to dogs off leads, and historically has very few complaints. I'm aware that you made a freedom of information request for the number of complaints over the last 3 years, and were informed by the council had only received one complaint on this topic, which was from yourself. By way of context, over the same period, the council has recorded 258 complaints/queries with respect to dog fouling. The Local Government Association guidance on PSPOs make it clear that evidence of harm needs to be established before making a PSPO. The consequences of breaching a PSPO are significant, and therefore, before a council imposes restrictions on behaviour, they need to be satisfied that it is proportionate response to the level of harm and nuisance being caused. It also makes it clear that the evidence of this harm and nuisance should come from a variety of sources. There is not a fixed number of complaints that is necessary before a PSPO can be considered. For an officer's view, it is likely this would need to be from more than one person. As you have been advised, the council is not against considering a PSPO on this issue, and as you have been advised, officers will be consulting the public on this issue once the current PSPO regarding dog fouling has been considered. Anybody like to make any comments? Okay, thank you. I don't think there's anything else in the public participation. Item 5, minutes of the subcommittee held on the 3rd of July 2023. Approved. Page 5.1 and page 5.2. Moved by Councillor Denise Cluse, seconded by Councillor
Councillor
Millie. Sorry. Glasses ain't that good. Right. It's been proposed and seconded that they're signed as a correct record. All in favour? Thank you. Anyone against? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 6, the fly tipping update. The report provides members with an update of the work those environmental health, transformation and streetscape teams have undertaken in order to try and reduce the fly tipping across the borough. Sharon, do you like to take that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Millen's been leading, very much leading and at the forefront of this. So
okay.
She's far more clued up than I am.
Well past sideways.
Thank you, Chair. Is there any specific questions you guys have? So it's essentially just to provide an update on from last year to this year. We've seen a 21% decrease.
Could you use the microphone, Millen, please?
Sorry. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So can you guys hear me? Yes. So from last year to this year, we've seen a 21% decrease in fly tipping within the borough. We are working on ways to streamline the process so that we can do better investigations, we get better evidence, and we are looking into purchasing new cameras. We've just got new cameras approved as well for other locations so that we can make sure that we are catching the people that are doing it within the borough as well.
Thank you. Anybody like to raise any questions on that? Councillor Barnett?
Yeah, I was interested in the new cameras, really. There was a link to a BBC article in there which included like automated notifications when fly tipping is detected. Is that the system that we're implementing, where you get those notifications, and what sort of latency is there between the actual fly tipping event and when you receive the notification?
Thank you for the question. So we have those are the cameras that we are using. We've got them in 2 locations within the borough, and we are looking into. So in those 2 locations, we've seen decrease in fly tipping. So we are looking. We've just purchased the health with Julie. We've purchased another set. So we're looking at another location, and that information is instant. So we've got an inbox that it comes through. It takes an image of it, and it will come through to us, and we keep an update of that inbox so that if there is anything that it's picked up on, we'll get the streetscape guys to go out there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Roberts?
Yeah, it's not a question, really, it's just a comment, because obviously I remember you gave a lot more detail at the Community and Environment Board. I just want to say thank you for your team. Well, I don't know if it's yourself or a team, for the good work that you've been doing to show the reduction. So thank you.
Councillor Clues?
Yeah, evening. So there's 2 cases on here that have gone forward. In how long though? 6 months, 3 months, 12 months?
And so we, in the last couple of months, so from July to September, we had 17 IUC interviews under caution invites sent out, and we've issued out 7 warnings to people. So that just varies depending on what time of year. So for the until the end of December, we've got 7 interviews and cautions booked in. So that will vary just depending on the time of the month, really. But it's the number of investigations that we get with evidence since July has been 44. So it's with evidence, it is a lot less than the actual numbers of fly tipping. So we deal with those as they come in, and we usually do a data protection request for those and do an interview under caution for those.
Thank you, because I noticed there was a big fly tipping from the Canvas one, weren't there? And there was 2 pieces of evidence found in that, so I suppose that's one that you're carrying forward.
Yeah, so when something like that would come in, we'd if we've got the registered keeper's details, we'll search for that. If we can't find the actual registered keeper, then we also work really well with the police to put a police mark on the vehicle as well, so that if the vehicle has ended up somewhere else, we'll know about it, and the police will stop the vehicle to get the registered keeper's details.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Just a quick one from me. I would imagine the areas are rotated as well, that you know, some sort of intermittent interval, so that every sort of location could potentially have the camera.
Using the information from the Power BI that we've mentioned in the report, that will provide us with the context of the hotspots within a time frame, and using that information, we move the locations of the cameras.
Excellent. Yeah.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A question, I often hear anecdotal comments about fly tipping is worse because there's the booking system at the tips. Is it anecdotal or is it true? Or have we got any factual evidence that says since that booking system to go into tips, is the problem's got worse or better or stayed the same?
Through you, Chair, we haven't got any evidence to back that up. It is very much anecdotal. We have written, and I think James has been liaising with County Council, because obviously it's up to them whether they remove that booking system or not. The only comment I would make, we have done some sort of test purchase, if you like. We have sort of turned up, and they have let us in. So I don't think so. It may be perceived that it is a problem, but it hasn't. I think it is anecdotal.
Thank you.
Councillor Simmons?
Thank you. Just a strange question, really. Where we live I'm based in Coleshill, so where people report fly tipping to you, but actually it's just over the border into, say, Solihull or somewhere else. Do you work across councils to sort of support where you've had reports in? Because I sometimes get reports of fly tipping, and actually it's just over our jurisdiction. So is that something? And sometimes they're the ones that seem to sit around a lot longer than, I know we're very good at going and collecting, but people sort of say, oh, I've reported that one again, so I'm reporting to the wrong people. Do you do any of that cross-boundary work?
We not as such, because the enforcement is, as you say, it's very much within the boundary. But we do work with other local authorities. It was on the news the other day, I don't know whether you saw it, that Warwick have now brought their fly tipping investigations back in-house, and Millens just had a conversation with the officer from Warwick, asking us about how we're, looking, investigating our fly tipping. But with regard to across border, no, we don't. We don't really share. We do across Warwickshire, but probably not with Solihull. But it is something we could look into. But from an investigation point of view, it has got to be within boundaries of North Warwickshire.
you. Any further questions? The recommendation to the board is that this report is noted. All in favour? Anyone against? It's unanimous, thank you. And item 7, the serious violence duty. The report gives an update on the requirements of the council with meeting this serious violence duty. Julie.
Hear me? Okay, so everybody's received a copy of the report. So I did bring a report to the last meeting, which was really kickstarting the process around the serious violence duty, which came into effect from the 31st January this year. Has anybody got any questions they want to ask me about the report? It's mainly a process report in terms of meeting the deadlines and having due regard in terms of the duty. There's a lot of details in terms of the meetings that need to take place around the serious violence needs assessment and strategy and delivery plan. Has anyone got any questions having seen the report?
Councillor Barnett.
Just a question around that delivery plan. It did say in the report that a draft of that had been distributed, but I don't know whether I missed it, but I don't remember seeing it.
So that's come out since the last meeting, and I'm not aware of actually seeing a full copy of that report. There's a lot of meetings at the moment going around on evaluation and theories of change and so forth. What I can do following this meeting is try and get a copy of that delivery plan. I am meeting this week with the leads at the Warwickshire County Council to look at a local profile for North Warwickshire that will be contained in the strategy, so I can have those conversations about the detail of what that looks like for North Warwickshire, so I can get that back to people.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I think oh, sorry. Hold your hand up.
Tries to ignore me. Yes, Chair, thank you. 3.1.1. The initial 10,000 serious violence funding will be allocated to domestic abuse interventions. Further funding will be announced in year 2. So that 10,000, that's got to cover all of North Warwickshire?
Thanks. In terms of the serious violence money, there was just an initial amount given to each district, so we had an equal share, so we had 10,000 each. That sum of money should be a lot more in years 2. So once we have a strategy in place which identifies the kind of priority areas, I would assume the money will fund interventions around those kind of key areas. But in this initial year, we did get £10,000, and it isn't actually spent at the moment, but that's
what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's not actually spent at the moment. We've got up until March to spend it. But at the last meeting, I brought a report on domestic abuse and the increase in domestic abuse in North Warwickshire, which the current performance doesn't actually state that, but that could be about how things are being, how the data is being collated at the moment. But the issue there is that we need to be doing a lot more around domestic abuse. And the hope is with the £10,000 that we can increase the drop-in sessions in North Warwickshire. So at the moment we have drop-in sessions in Atherstone, but nowhere else in the district. And the aim with that £10,000 is to increase the drop-in sessions across the district. And then, like I say, with more funding next year, we'll be looking at our recommendations that come out of the serious violence strategy, and we'll be looking to do interventions around that.
Can I come back on that, Chair?
Yes.
But yeah, it's just looking at the stats further down that, this is one of the rising things. I don't think that this £10,000 just sitting there and it's not being used, And if you've only got one drop-in centre in Atherstone, what does that mean in the rest of our borough?
Chair, can I just say on that point, it's a little bit of a time lag. So conversations are being had. It just hasn't been physically spent at the moment, but it looks like it's going to proceed. But I just need to get it over the line. So yes, so I agree with you, and there's absolutely no way that £10,000 will not be spent, because there's other projects we could be spending it on. But that's the priority at the moment, given the domestic abuse recommendations. And the other one around that, if it wasn't on a drop-in, it would be looking at repeat offences around domestic abuse anyway. That would be the next priority.
Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? If not, I'll move the recommendation as printed. Second? Seconded by
Thanks.
Councillor Bates. I'll get there one day.
Wear them like notebooks.
It's age.
Yeah.
The words need to be bigger. It's proposed and seconded. All those in favour of the recommendation as printed? To be unanimous, thank you. Right, and item 8. The North Warwickshire Community Safety Partnership update. Julie.
Thank you, Chair. I know there's a lot of new members of this meeting. This is a report that's been brought to these meetings for a long time, and it basically provides you with an overview about all the work around community safety that we undertake. The first part of the report deals with our priorities, and then the second bit deals with the performance and then the delivery. I do want to apologise first and foremost. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the performance data wasn't provided before I actually went on annual leave. And although with the data was attached to the report, they're on pages 19 and 20, I always include a section on areas of concern so that you're able to scrutinise those areas of concern and we can have a look at some of that discussion. Unfortunately, that section 4 is incorrect. That was the last quarter. I do apologise, that's because I was away. But I just want to highlight the performance data that I think that I would have included in that section and just go through that. First, I wanted to mention at the last meeting, I was asked what the difference was between section 18 and section 20. I have found out, I've spoken to the police about this, and this is about serious forms of assault, when serious forms of assault occur. Section 18 is the worst case scenario. It's where there is intent, and it often comes with a term of imprisonment. Section 20 is where the offence has occurred but without any intent. So the worst case is section 18. So in terms of the performance data, the things that I wanted to just highlight today was the increases in areas of concern. So on your in your Q2 performance report, which is attached after the update report, you've got a section around violence with injury. And again, I just wanted to flag up there the increase in non-domestic related violence and injury. And when you look further through the data elsewhere, it appears that the target location for that, or the location that centres around, is predominantly in and around Atherstone. So it's just to highlight, flag that up and highlight that. I did try and get some further stats from the police before the meeting, and unfortunately they weren't available. But again, this is, if there is any questions on the actual physical stats that I can look into further, then I'm happy to take that away. Secondly, it was just to note that it does look like domestic abuse has reduced. But again, if you see in the description, it does say this is largely due to changes in the Home Office counting rules and the way in which they're recording that data now. So it might not actually mean a reduction in the number of cases of domestic abuse. And certainly from meetings that I attend around domestic abuse, that's not how it's felt. The other thing was just to raise about section 18 and section 20. Section 18 offences, so again assaults, it states here it's reached the highest level recorded in the borough. So that is of concern and something that I wanted to flag up. The other areas that I just wanted to flag up on the performance data as areas of concern were around residential burglaries. We've got a spate of it at the moment in the area, and even over the weekend, if I find the relevant page. Over the weekend, we've seen again a number of burglaries taking place in Philongley and the Whitakers over the weekend, and the pattern is very much the same that we're seeing across the district, where patio doors are being smashed, which is quite old school in terms of the way in which people are accessing the properties. But this is something that the police are very much trying to get on top of. They're upping patrols in areas where we're seeing they're being targeted. And the same again with vehicles. So I think a lot of the previous meetings have been raising concern around cars being taken. We're still seeing that pattern. And again, they're increasing patrols, they're targeting certain locations, and we're going out with a lot more crime prevention equipment. And where an incident's taken place, they're doing the whole cul-de-sac for all the neighbours and giving all the information out. So I just wanted to flag up that performance data because I was concerned that you'd got incorrect details in your report. And then in terms of the other report, it's just an overview about our updates, our meetings and the new members at this meeting. I meet monthly with the police and lots of partner organisations around problem solving meetings. So this is where we're seeing spikes in crime and we're trying to look for solutions as how we're going to target and reduce them. And again, I chair the antisocial behaviour meetings monthly. And again, that's where we're seeing an increase around cases, whether that's victims or whether that's individuals causing ASB. And then the last part of the report talks about all the different groups that, in terms of delivery of the Community Safety Partnership delivery plan. And then the last bit just highlighted funding. So at the last meeting, I was concerned that we'd received very little money from the Police and Crime Commissioner. We've been turned down bids where other districts had received money. So I followed up with lots of conversations, and I'm pleased to say that we ended up getting 17,000 for an off-road bike project, which was very much needed. And then we also received just short of £7,000 to fund crime prevention and engagement events, which has been supporting a lot of the vehicle crime and the burglary work that we're doing at the moment. And equally, we've got money, we've bid for money under Safer Streets 5, and we've got a large sum of money of 73,000 to support a number of CCTV projects as well. So it was just to flag those things up. Any questions?
Can I just raise one question myself? That with the vehicle crime, the vehicle theft, a lot appears to be around the keyless area. I think that the ones that have an equity in this that don't appear to be stepping up to the mark are the actual vehicle manufacturers. That they're doing the keyless ones, knowing full well that a lot of them are easy pickings. Is there any way that through various meetings that this can be raised? Because when you look at the Thatcham reports that are done on new vehicles, they score quite highly, but it doesn't take into effect that some of these vehicles are an absolute doddle to steal. Is there any way that can be raised through other forums to bring some of the equity back to the vehicle manufacturers to look at it properly to stop this style of theft?
Certainly from my perspective, and you're right, and I won't name obviously, but when we do look at some of the data and we really do a deep dive into some of the data, you do see particular cars being stolen, which are clearly easier to steal, and it is always keyless car theft. I have to think about that word before I say it, but it is keyless car theft. So I certainly, if that's a want, I can certainly pick up conversations as well as a county around this and see what we can do in terms of lobbying.
I think it's, having worked in the motor industry for a good many years, I raised it there and it just seems to fall on deaf ears. But as you look at the stats, those are one that's rising. And, the advent of more new cars, there'll be more keyless, more thefts. And, throw it back to the manufacturers. They initiate the problem. They should have some equity in it. That's what I've got.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to move through the elements of what we talked about. That I think we can all agree there's a lot of red, far too much red across all of that. So to stop that, that's going to take some tackling to get all of that red back to where it should be. And I do agree with there is a rise in the keyless thefts, but what we've seen in the villages of Dordon and Polesworth is not just that, acquisitive crime where they come, the owners are in, they're not bothered, they come in and they go and find the keys. and they're not bothered who's in the house, whether there's anybody in there or not. That's what they've come for, that vehicle. Obviously, that goes with hand in hand with residents either confronted with the people that are coming in or terrified upstairs, you know, just waiting until they've gone. That has been happening. So I think some of the vehicles, because of the high value, whether they can get in keyless or not, they're coming to get it, as we're seeing, unfortunately. I've spoken to a few of the police officers around Polesworth when they've been to the event, because the SNT have always been they're very good at attending the events that are around Polesworth and Dorn. And it is the story that we all know. They're so thin across Warwickshire, North Warwickshire particularly. They're trying to cover so many villages, so many roads that are so far apart that just logistically they're falling behind. They are trying to address that. I remember one of the police officers saying that they were trying to do a drive for recruitment to the specials again. Special constabulary seems to have sort of fallen to an all-time low at the moment, unfortunately. And then moving on from that to some of the other agenda items where the domestic violence figures, that really is troubling that is so high. Really is troubling. I think that Councillor Clues makes a good point that certainly we can get that money spent on looking at some attempts to try and get that down a bit. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thanks, Chair. A couple of points, if I may. I notice on page 33 of the report, the killed and seriously injured accidents. Do we have any stats as to whether they are motorways? Because obviously we have motorways in our borough. But are they motorways or are they rural roads? So that's, I guess, the first question. And then my second one is relating to the stats on page 36, where it would appear, looking at the report, it seems if it's lower than the previous measuring quarter, we show it as green. If it's higher than the measuring quarter, it doesn't really take into account that the numbers are still high, because we've still got high numbers, even though they're being shown as green. Do we have any comparative data to similar like shires, where are we better or worse than some a similar type of shire?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just come back on that. In terms of, there is quite a lot of work that goes on around road safety, and there is a Warwickshire Road Safety Partnership led by a lady called Faye. I can't think of her surname because she's just got married and I can't remember what her surname is. And the Police and Crime Commissioner has got a 50% reduction in terms of that's a priority for the Police and Crime Commission. Without absolutely studying it, I can't say for certain where those have taken place. I have been in meetings before when we've talked about it being motorways, and I'm making an assumption that it could be motorways, but I would prefer to come back to with being confident around that data and come back to you on that if that's okay, and follow up with the Road Safety Partnership.
And that'd be good to talk about, because I often think our rural roads, actually, where you've got a 60-mile-an-hour limit across some of these country lanes, are actually more dangerous in many ways with no lighting. I think sometimes we underestimate how dangerous some of those rural roads are. So it'd be interesting to understand the statistics of that.
And there is an issue around our roads. It's probably been reported in previous meetings before, but I think we have something like top 4 in the county. Out of the top 10, we have top 4. We have 4 within the top 10 in the county of worst junctions, something like that. So again, I'll find out about that. Okay. And I know I've done work in the past about it, but it's working very much with Warwickshire County Council in terms of trying to look at those junctions. But yes, I can come back on that. And then your second question was around.
It's on 36 of the report where some of the things show green, even though they're quite high numbers. How do we compare to other like shires, I guess?
Yes. Okay. So in terms of that, so our data gets produced both monthly and quarterly. So I can also provide monthly data as well. And maybe I should provide monthly data so you can have a look at that as well and see how that goes. it gets produced on a county-wide basis. It's not done as a comparison. It's done for each district, but I can look at a county average, or can even ask, can we have a county average on that? So that's something I could take back. But it is it's Warwickshire Community Safety Analyst team who pull this information together for all districts.
Okay, cool. I mean, if I could, Chair, just come back at me. And it's great to see it green. It's great to see it going in the right direction. But I don't know whether 43 is good or bad. It sounds bad. If you look at the first number in the north, because it's still 43. But if that's half of what other kind of shires have, then you go, actually, we're doing better than most. Or if it's double what other shires have, then you think we've got more to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, it's not particularly mentioned in your report, but I don't know if you've been involved, but I know in our local area we've had quite a spat over the summer of like Hartsell school pupils with like knives and like gang related. And I know that there's been a lot of work going on with the school and the police community team. I don't know if you've been involved with that, and I was just expecting to see a little bit in there. I don't know.
Yep, now I can take that. So yes, prior to the school breaking up, we were working in the school, and we're hoping to pick up more meetings again with the school. So we're increasing the police drop-ins. Social workers were working in the school. I mean, they were already working in the school, but looking at specific work. We also did some diversion activities. I'm not sure what night it was, but it was a project called Turnaround, and it was going out with a bus.
Yeah, we had it on a Thursday evening. It was brilliant.
Yeah, so we funded that to try and engage some young people, particularly around like kind of rec areas or where people might hang out, to try and engage in some of the kind of interventions or project works, or link with other people. So we have been doing that, and agreeably, I think there is more that can be done.
Just because my main concern was we had an incident and I reported it to the police. The police came straight away. We'd had some children come up to Anstey Common from Snow Hill Rec, Camp Hill children with knives. And luckily, the children phoned me. I was in Coventry, and I literally got the police there within seconds, thankfully. But I rang the school on the Monday to report it, and at first I was told, well, if it's not happened on school premises, we don't want to know. And I was like absolutely furious, and I managed to get through to the business manager. And it's been escalated, but I haven't really heard anything since. So
I mean, I think, I would kind of disagree with the point, that we're trying to do quite a lot of work, and we know that the intake to the school covers Nuneaton and Bedworth and North Warwickshire, and so there has been an operation going on. The police have been looking at, say, the top 10 young people who were causing the biggest number of issues. On a positive note, they weren't in North Warwickshire, they were in the Nuneaton and Bedworth area. But then, so there is work going on, and there are interventions. But I think certainly from a safer neighbourhood team, the contact would be Emily Jenkins, and she's the PCSO, and she does the drop-ins at the school, and she would certainly, want to engage.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clues?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Councillor Jackson's right. It would be nice if there had been something in here about the work being done, because if it works in the school in one area, it's something that other councillors could think about in their areas if they've got a problem. So anything, like what you're saying, working in the school, it would have been nice if there's just a little piece in here to let us know. So if, say, it's working in that school, it could work at QE, it could work at COSA, it could work at another school. If it's any news, it's good news, even if it's not working, but it's letting councillors know what is happening in different areas. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I just come back on that one? Absolutely, and I totally agree with you. And yes, I can definitely put stuff in the future. In terms of this work, and it's linked to the serious violence duty. The report, I think, contains it highlights there's going to be some work around a whole school approach, and that's where this kind of work comes in. It comes into like, how do we look at schools? What areas do we need to cover? How do we get into that school? And from a community safety perspective, anything, from radicalisation to knife crime, anything. So I totally agree with you, and we can certainly pick that up going forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Barnett.
I'd have a couple of things. The first one, because I want to apologise if this is out of date. So I think you said section 4 was out of date, but on page 20, which is section 4.1, there was comments about the high levels of exclusions and persistent activity in schools. Wasn't really clear from the report what was being done to try and address that.
Can I come back on that one, Chair? So we, I'm trying to think, maybe March last year, we held an event to look at knife crime and exclusion, so school exclusions, because there was a link between some of that data. Again, this comes into this whole school approach that the council will be leading on this project. But it was about that meeting, that event, it was a one-off event we held here in this chamber, and that event was very much about, like, why has North Warwickshire got the highest level exclusions? You know, how do we go about trying to change those stats, and how do we improve them? I think at the time there was no school exclusion data available when this performance data was produced by the CSP analyst this time, but I think there was a number of issues going on in those schools. So particularly Hartshill was an issue at that time when we held the event. We're hoping things are starting to settle, it's certainly, we haven't taken our eye off of school exclusions, because it was problematic, and it was something that we wanted to look at. And if young people are not in school, then we see other issues outside of school. And one of our areas at the moment, you know, we're doing quite a lot of work around antisocial behaviour with some young people. So just to reassure you, there's no data in this latest report, so I do apologise, that was old data, and we will continue to be monitoring school exclusions, because North Warwickshire is the highest district in the county, and it's something that's important to us.
Thank you. Any further? Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, just to further from what Councillor Barnett said then, would it be worthwhile you bring back some of what the actions actually have been? I don't know whether that would mainly come from county or what really, because I suppose the word monitoring just sort of infers that you're just watching what's going on without actually intervening or showing intervention. And I think it would be useful for our residents to see what interventions are actually being put in. So that would be really useful. I don't usually sit on this committee, but being sub today, but it would be really useful if you could bring that back so that you could tell us exactly what the actions are that you're then monitoring. That would be really helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, so the other comments I had were on mainly on Appendix A, which is of the stats which I think you said previously compiled by county. I don't know whether I'd be better addressing some comments to them, but firstly, apologies, I'm a bit of a data nerd because it's what I do in my professional life.
That's fine.
There's a lack of consistency. I think I raised this last time, but in terms of the time sequences, sometimes the oldest data is on the right, sometimes the oldest data is on the left, and it's not really clear. Sometimes when you're skimming through, you have to really concentrate on what the data is trying to present, which isn't really very clear. And I also think focusing on kind of this quarter, last quarter, I'm not entirely convinced it's particularly helpful in a lot of cases. I mean, a good example of that, which was mentioned previously, was which is on page 33, which is the traffic KSIs. If you compare this quarter to last quarter, as was pointed out, we're actually seeing an improvement. But if you look at the trend chart, there's a very clear upward trend, and it's actually up over 50% in the last 18 months, which is kind of masked by comparing one quarter with the previous quarter. I'm not quite sure exactly how best way to represent it would be, but I'm not confident that what we're seeing now is really the best way of presenting it. And several places in the commentary, there's references to, you know, well, this is consistent with typical levels, but all we've got is this quarter and the quarter last year. We've not got no data to back up any of those comments.
Check. I mean, the only thing that I'm thinking here is that and I know you'll see a discrepancy as well between the data, but if we could provide the monthly data as well, but again, that's only going to give you months. And sometimes it does kind of show a slight, because it depends on the date in which the data was taken. It sometimes shows a discrepancy also. So with that, throws up more questions. So that's why I try to stick to one or the other. I can certainly go back and have a conversation. And if you've got any suggestions, this is produced for all districts.
Yes,
and it's just done as a consistent approach. So I don't know how much influence I would have in terms of, getting any changes. But if I'm more than happy to follow up with anything that you have.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm not typical, but I mean, on page 33, I find that graph is a lot more useful than the snapshot figures.
I can certainly follow up with you. Thank you anyway, thanks.
I think it's difficult to get the apples for apples, whichever way you look at it. There's so many different ways, and comparing Q2 to Q2 is probably better than comparing Q2 to the previous quarter, because driving habits change over the holiday period, the Christmas period, and I think in Julie's case, it is difficult to get absolute apples for apples, and understand what you're saying, but I think whatever comes out, you can always probably fire some questions at it, and it can always be better, but it's difficult. And as Julie says, that these are figures that are supplied to us, not by us.
I need to ask for the proper figures then.
Oh yeah, Councillor Simmons.
You don't ask, you don't get.
I agree with Councillor Barnett on that actually, because that graph is a lot more useful than the table. But what would be more useful with that graph is sort of how what benchmark. I know you don't benchmark this for everything, but what other areas, or what are similar towns, what would or a similar population area, or a similar or so that you could see some sort of comparison, and then you could see whether you were better or worse than that, but also marked on that graph where interventions occurred. And so you could sort of say at point X on there, this intervention happened, and you could see the impact. I think one of the things that's really difficult is we talk about the interventions, but we can't see where the impacts occurred and whether or not it's been positive or negative, because that information is useful either way. Because if it's positive, then you can do more of it. If it isn't, then you change what you do. And that's the information piece that sort of seems to be lacking. It's the context and the impact of intervention, I think, is probably missing. But like you say, it's given to us. But if we don't feed back into that and sort of say what would make it more meaningful, and therefore people would engage with it a bit better.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Reary?
Thanks. Thanks for the report. It's disappointing to hear that the Police and Crime Commissioner hasn't been investing in this area. So thank you for your recent bid, and I'm sure this is no reflection on the bids that you've been submitting. I was quite alarmed to hear that the government has changed how domestic violence is recorded, and I'd be really grateful for some monitoring of that, so that if you feel that this is not capturing the true picture, that we can maybe then write to the Home Office, for example. So that would be great. Something that comes up at Shuffington Parish Council is that the lack of CCTV in the area. And one of the concerns they and the local police officer has is that this encourages criminals from Tamworth, for example, to drive through the villages to escape, obviously, the CCTV in the towns and motorways. Sorry, I've got a sore throat, you have to excuse me. So I just wondered if there was any evidence of that, just so that could feed back to the parish councils, that lack of CCTV in villages is encouraging criminals to drive through those villages. And just on the domestic violence as well, it's good to hear that you're thinking about further drop-ins. I just wondered what strategies you had obviously a lot of people who experience domestic violence don't necessarily go to a drop-in. You know, what are you doing to go to where people actually are? You know, like local parent and toddler groups, for example, workplaces. So I'd just be interested to know what sort of interventions you're making there.
Yeah, just to come back on some, certainly in terms of DA reporting, we can come back, domestic abuse report, we can come back on that. I think with domestic abuse, it's addressing the whole package. We can't be doing, you know, dropping it is just one element of it. So when we had a meeting just to look at these recommendations recently, one of the things is we want to look at that data a lot more. So we want to look at whether it was issues with alcohol, money, you know, so we want to look at some of the themes behind some of the data. So it's not just, you know, statistics in individuals. We want to see what kind of issues were going on as well to try and understand how we can support people more. But secondly, we want to do more work around repeat victims. That's quite high in North Warwickshire. So we're talking to Refuge about that. Refuge is the delivery arm, and so they would always be the lead on this work. We will work through them. However, the other areas like communication, it's a joint partnership approach. So all partners would get involved with that in terms of raising the profile around where you can access support, advice, information. But just to give you a feel, when I get things like grant funding and I apply for crime prevention equipment, one of the things that it's a new lock that's available that can stop anybody from getting in through a door. So I purchased again 200, and they go out to the police for engagement events, but they also go to Refuge for them to be able to support people with, and they also go to our housing, to Caroline Morris's team, who can support our local tenants. So it's quite wide and spread in terms of some of the things that we do. But what I do want to say, it's not just about focusing on drop-ins. That's just going to be one area that we will look at. But most importantly, we want to hear from people, we want to hear back from Refuge, but we also want to try and look at that data and make more sense of it and try and get below it a bit more and see what it's saying. In terms of CCTV and travelling through villages, I absolutely hear what you say, and I will again talk to Warwickshire County Council about this, because I feel, and I don't know if it's known, if it's evidenced, but I feel like that's certainly conversations that's been had, but I don't know if that's perception rather than reality. So I'll see if I can get any stats around that from Warwickshire County Council.
Councillor Osborne?
Yeah, I think what you just said answers the question that a few of us have said, that your details, what you described, is the sort of thing where we can see the interventions.
That's what we love.
That was better than quite a bit of the other stuff that is in there, to be honest. To hear that is quite encouraging, that you've been able to do 200 of these door stops and things like that. That's the sort of data that I think our communities and residents would like to hear. I've certainly liked to hear more.
Chair, just to come back on that, it's just trying to work out, I totally understand what you're saying, because it is the detail in terms of the actions. I think the difficulty is, and maybe we can focus in a key area on some meetings, like we can take a topic and then I can provide a lot more detail, and that can be advised by yourself. I think the difficulty is the subject matter is so wide and varied, and you think like, I'm in charge of 30 odd CCTV cameras all the way through to domestic abuse, and the difficulty is to capture individually what people want to see. So I guess this provides a strategic bit of information, but maybe not the detail. And so maybe outside of this meeting, we could just have if there's anyone's got any comments, we can think about how that could be presented or dealt with differently. And I'm more than happy to look at a particular subject and focus in on it if it's a priority.
Okay. Councillor Bates?
I just want to say, I think that'd be really useful. I know that I'm going to use Kingsbury as a prime example. There's been an awful lot of antisocial behaviour, but there's been some fantastic joint work going on between the school, the police, the council, etc. And it is making some impacts, not just on the actual antisocial behaviour, but more so the confidence within the community that things are happening and people are listening. So, and I think using that, linking back to some of the work you've done with the schools. So I think having a focused topic and being able to share some of those good examples and what's worked well might be really quite useful. But yeah, just wanted to acknowledge the amount of work that I know has gone in around the antisocial behaviour in particular in Kingsbury.
Councillor Close.
Thank you, Chair. Through you then, Julie, instead of you putting it all in here, is it okay for borough councillors just to email you if there's something that you're interested in, like the schools one, because I've got QE in my area, and hearing that and working with Artsel and working with Kingsbury, if I just email you and saying what's going on, could you just inform me on this bit? And the one with the domestic abuse, if we just come back and you say, just give us like what you just said, just purchase these and, don't need any more details than that. Just keep us in the loop. So rather, if it's easier for you that we just email you every now and again for an update, rather than if you having to put it all in here.
Chair, just to come back on that, yes. So that I can do a bit of both. In all honesty, whatever works for other people, that's the point of the scrutiny, so to scrutinise key things. So I'm happy to do a focus on an area at each meeting if that's what's wanted. I'm more than happy to take questions in between meetings. That's absolutely fine as well. Because I'm really thankful, Councillor Bates, about what you're saying about Kingsbury, because we are doing a bit of work. I suppose what I need to stress is that it's not about, I think it's about sharing best practice, like what works in an area, and we can share that in other schools and things like that. But often when we are doing some targeted work like we are at the moment in Kingsbury, it's on the back of issues that are arising that are becoming problematic, and we need to get on top of them. And so, for example, in Kingsbury, we've been looking at a whole range of stuff connection between the police and the school, the Wings Theatre. We've looked at car parks. We've looked at the rec site about potentially moving a bench. So it's a task and finish group meeting. It won't last forever, but it's about we've got this problem as partner organisations. What can we do to resolve some of this problem? And because there's no point us keep on meeting and not achieving anything. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. We've looked at CCTV, we've looked at off-road bikes. We're having a real good go at it. We won't stay in Kingsbury, doing that work. We'll probably move to another target location in the future. But it's just at the moment that's become quite a key issue. Trying to get on top of some of the issues that have arisen. So.
Can I just come back on that, Chair? It only works, Julie, if the schools will cooperate.
And to be fair, I'm going to, a lot of schools can be very supportive. So again, with Kingsbury, when we're looking at particular individuals, again, I would say the Kingsbury school has been very, very good and worked very well with the police to identify individuals.
Okay, thank you. So no more hands. I think it's been a very useful discussion, and I'd like to move the recommendation as printed. So you like seconded by Councillor Bates. All those in favour? That seems to be unanimous. Thank you. Item 9, the Addiston Town Centre PSPO. I think there's been some misconceptions on this of what it actually is. But I would again ask Julie if she could outline what it is and the fact that it doesn't
Read the recommendation, Chair.
Sorry? Say again.
I said, would you like to read the recommendation first?
I'm just asking you.
Okay. So just to give you some background in terms of it's set out in the report, but where did this come from and why we're proposing a public space protection order for Addiston. The long and short of it is that through our antisocial behaviour meetings, our monthly meetings and our problem solving meetings, we were seeing more and more reports coming through from our monitoring of our CCTVs in Addiston around antisocial behaviour, predominantly drinking, and there is the impact of that, and then secondly around some issues around substance misuse as well. So that's the evidence behind why we even started considering this. It was very much discussed as a police aspect in terms of, you know, what's needed in terms of starting to address this issue. What we also saw was where we have tenants and other people living in Atherstone who would drink, actually living in Atherstone and wider as far as Birmingham, would drink at home. We started to see that it was starting to become acceptable. We could drink out in particularly the Market Square, particularly in the summer months. And then we did have some issues around somebody camping as well. But what we were seeing was the problem starting to get bigger, and we were drawing people in from outside of the area, as well as people who were drinking in their homes in Atherstone, but now starting to drink out on the street and creating some forms of antisocial behaviour. And I won't go into all the details behind some of that, but they weren't particularly nice. And some of the police were being impacted by that, certainly from clearing up mess in their doorways when they're trying to run their own business. And that was around Market Square. So on the back of that, we were in discussions at our monthly meetings about what was needed and how can we resolve the issue. And so basically, after much discussion, the proposal was to go down the route of public space protection order. This doesn't mean the police aren't going to still continue to do what they do best and still, you know, gather evidence and information to take action themselves against the individuals. This was purely a process to say where antisocial behaviour occurs, and that's the most important aspect, and where there's unauthorised drinking and taking of substances, they will be able to enforce. And that sums this up in terms of what we're proposing. We're not proposing for, say, if Sharon was going to go to a beer festival and walk home with her pint of beer. The police are not interested in Sharon. She's not done anything wrong. She's just taken her beer home with her. But I think first and foremost, it's about that antisocial behaviour, and that's what people got to focus on. It's not about really anything else. It's not going to stop people drinking in the pubs in town, in and around the Market Square. It won't stop any of that. That can still happen. So this public protection order is really to try and address antisocial behaviour in North Warwickshire, predominantly Atherstone, Market Square and Long Street. And try and reduce the impact on the town and businesses.
Councillor Osborne, then Councillor Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds obviously to protect the businesses and protect the public. I just wondered whether they considered, or the police have considered, Section 35 powers. I did ask on the last one to be fed back how many the police had actually served Section 35 notices. Probably know that allows the police to draw a geographical area and based on it can be antisocial behaviour or any other criteria, they can serve a notice to the individuals and say, if you return to this designated area in the next 48 hours, you can be subject to arrest. I know across Warwickshire, they're one of the lowest in the country to serve Section 35 notices. Just wondered whether that power that already exists that the police have got been discussed at that meeting.
Can I just come in, Chair?
Yeah, sure.
I did follow up after the meeting on that, and I was, I can't remember, but I was told they wouldn't use that, and that I'll follow up again, so absolutely, so it's definitely accurate. But I know that, I mean, like for example, I know at the moment there's other interventions that are being used to address some of the individuals causing some of the problems. But I'll follow up again. I did follow up after the last meeting. I do apologise I didn't get back to you on it, but I did follow up to find out. So can I do that and come back to you?
Yeah, it's just that particular power would seem to fit quite nicely what we're trying to deal with here already. So the police do definitely have the power, and they can use discretion within that. You know, like you say, they're not going to issue a Section 35 to somebody who's just taking a drink home with them. That it would seem to fit quite nicely, and it's inspector level or above. So it's also, it can be issued with a high level of responsibility from the police. So it has to be inspector level or above where that can be integrated.
Yeah, apologies for not coming back to you, but I definitely followed up, and I apologise I didn't actually email you, but I will follow up and come back to you on that one.
Okay. Before Councillor Simmons, could you just ask Mr. Tobin to come in?
Chair, I was just expanding on the point that Councillor Osborne's making. The orders that can be made under Section 35, they're similar to a PSPO in that they have their place and they're very useful in certain situations. But the limitations are that they have to first be satisfied that people being harassed, alarmed, or distressed, or crime or disorder in the area. But you then have to specify that you believe an individual has caused an offence before you can exclude them from that area. So that requires them to have already acted, whereas the PSPO with an exclusion on alcohol can be preemptive. And I think that's the difference. One's more preemptive than reactive. So I agree that there's times when that can be used and would work well. But there's other times when a PSPO could be a benefit because they don't need to wait till that person has committed the offence. Because, for example, just drinking alone in breach of the order, if they don't surrender the alcohol when requested to do so, that becomes the offence. So it allows you to get in earlier before they actually do something, which has the effect of causing harassment, alarm, and distress, which obviously by then it's already happened. And so it can vary as to which is the most appropriate method. So even if there was a PSPO in place, the police could consider dispersal order as well if they thought that was right for a particular locality, which may or may not match that PSPO or because of particular behaviour by individuals. So I think it doesn't mean it's one or the other, and the PSPO, if it's pursued, will not stop the police from using that power.
Mr. Tobin, Councillor Simmons and Councillor Waffles.
Just for clarity, really, is the PSPO borough-wide? And do we have them already in any of the other towns? Now, I'm sure it was mentioned in relation to Coleshill at one point in the past, when there were specific issues relating to alcohol and ASB at the time.
Yeah, I apologise because I've only been in the job 2 years, and I do believe there might have been one in the past in Coleshill. They only last for 3 years, so unless you refresh them, then I think I'm right in saying that they will only last for 3 years. In terms of alcohol currently, there isn't, as far as I'm aware, there isn't any others in North Warwickshire currently. I think Addison, is that correct?
Just one in Forlongley, it says.
Yeah, Chair, there's not of this type. There is the one for closing off access to the area in Forlongley where the flight was occurred, and of course the ongoing consultation on dog farming, but we've not got any other orders which cover this particular behaviour.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was just to respond to what Mr. Tobin said, really. Just reading the legislation on 35, and it said, point 2, to just read out. The first condition is that the constable has reasonable grounds to suspect that the behaviour of the person in the locality has contributed or is likely to contribute to. So,
yeah, they say I'm saying they're not. It's not as if this power is universally better than a PSPO, because PSPOs can cover things that are not already offences. They can expressly restrict the use of alcohol. They give a power to police officers and authorised persons to require a person to give up alcohol and take it off them. So all those things, this doesn't give that power. So this, as I say, there's pros and cons of both. So that will fit for some situations.
but that could still be proactive, not going back to what you said about
the thing is because they need to have the starting point of Section 34, where the authorisation to use the powers can only be given once things are happening. There has to be harassment. So starting with section 34, inspector says there has been harassment of members in the public or occurrence of crime in the area. So there has to be a starting point for that, whereas the PSPO exists. It goes to everyone who comes into the area. And if they breach that, that power can be used to take the alcohol away from them. If they refuse, that's the offence. It might be to do other things coming into the area and they say, right, well, this one will work, we'll use this. So it's not an either or. If we can do our bit and make a PSPO, and the police have to decide operationally if they do a section 35. We don't have control of that, but we do have control of making a PSPO.
Okay. Councillor Simmons?
Yeah, just on that point then, so is the PSPO a more accessible piece of legislation in the sense that if we have that within the borough, the police can use it, as opposed to an inspector, a certain level and rank within the police force has to say that that is okay to be used essentially and sign off on that.
That's right. Once it's in force, a police officer or an authorised person, which can actually be wider than just the police officers. So community support officers can also do so. They can require a person to surrender alcohol if they're in breach. So basically the starting point is they're in the area covered by the order, they're drinking alcohol, and as the example that Julie gave, if it's, say it's Dickens night or something like that, and people are just enjoying themselves and not causing trouble, the police are unlikely to do anything about it. If somebody is causing or likely to cause trouble, they can require the person to stop drinking and to surrender the alcohol that they have. If they fail to do so, it's an offence, so that the police can enforce that regardless. So say it doesn't need them to, it's like them catching anyone else committing any other offence. They don't need to ask for permission to arrest them if they've got the grounds to believe they're in breach. So yeah, once in place, it can be enforced by any police officer and anyone holding the office of constable or anyone authorised in writing.
Councillor Barnett?
Sorry. I mean, I do still have some concerns around the justification for this, because I mean, it is really around, limiting individual liberties of members of the public. I think some of that has kind of been assuaged by the discussion today, but it would have been helpful to have a lot more detail in the report as to what is the justification for this PSPO, because to my mind, there's not a great deal in the report itself that actually provides any real justification for this beyond anecdotal evidence. But I think beyond that, I think the main concern I've got is around the wording on section 4A. So this is all around restricting people using intoxicating substances, but the definition given for intoxicating substances is substances with the capacity to stimulate or depress the central nervous system, which seems incredibly vague to me. I mean that would encompass nicotine and caffeine. I mean, I would hope that the police wouldn't enforce anyone who's walking around with a cup of coffee, but that, to me, that wording sounds like it needs tightening up.
Chair, that's the purpose of the consultation, right? This report is recommending consultation, and if you go back to paragraphs, paragraph 10 talks about statutory consultation. That's what we have to do. We can't make the order unless we go through the correct consultation. So when you consult, you have to go out to people and say, this is what we're thinking of doing, please comment. Now, in the preceding paragraphs, the police, it refers to the work the police have done, and they've done extensive work, which is identifying the fact that these crimes and these antisocial behaviour events are taking place. So that's the background to it. That's the information on which the proposal is being made. It's the consultation that forms the next step. So we can't just say to people, would you like us to do something? Because it's meaningless. So you have to say, this is the general proposal, please comment. And so if you can answer these questions, then we can finalise things like the wording, the geographical extent. So it has to work that way. So this, it's not set in stone now, and indeed, once you consult, you have to take account of the responses. So, that's the reason we're doing it. So this is not final, and it will depend very much on what comes back as to the final wording that we will get. Okay.
Mr. Toby? Any other further questions? Councillor Close?
Thank you, Chair. After 17 years on town council, the amount of times that we've been asked to move benches outside the building society, benches outside the paper shop, benches from somewhere else, because our residents felt intimidated by some of these individuals. And somebody asked me the other day, why is it so wide? Because at certain times of the year and certain times of the weather, they migrate. So they'll go from the market square to sit in the bus station because it's dry. And so therefore our elderly or anybody is intimidated again and waiting to catch a bus. And several times this year, individuals are apt to be asked to move on before we can have a funeral because they're on the bench. And it's not just language, it's screeching, the devil, and going to fetch you away, and things like that. And everybody has said to us, Addiston has got a beautiful market square, but now it's getting the families are either getting worried about sitting on there now, not for their fear, but for what the children are hearing. And as I say, I was concerned when I first saw it, how big this red thing is, but they do migrate. And as Mr. Tobin said, it's not somebody, walking across the square with a drink that's enjoying themselves. And it's a shame that any community is having to look at this. But if this is what we need to do to make our residents feel as though they can use our town, use our market square, use our shops, and our shopkeepers that are struggling at this time already, having to go up and clean up inside their shops, I think it's something that we really need to look at. Thank you.
Okay. Expanding on what Councillor Clues said, that I have personally witnessed and tried to intervene on where the GFS outside the church, the young girls have been intimidated by the said person, that and as Mr. Tobin said, it gives the police the ability to be proactive because, and again as Councillor Clues said, we have to be aware of when there's funerals there that it does interfere with that. Councillor Barnett?
I just wanted to come back on the consultation. So, I mean, the recommendation that's on here, B is, oh, sorry, turn my mic on. So B says that provided the consultation does not identify any significant reason not to make an order, the Safer Communities Subcommittee recommends approval of the proposed PSPO to the Executive Board. So that suggests that we are approving the wording of that draft PSPO, and that's the bit that I object to.
I think looking at that, Councillor Barnett, you've got to read both parts. That the Safer Communities Subcommittee recommend that the Executive Board approves commencement of the formal consultation.
I've got no issue with item A, it's item B.
But then it says provided that the consultation. So it's a two-part recommendation that provided that the consultation does not identify any significant reason, then approval for the PSPO. Any further comments? I'd like to propose the recommendation as printed. Seconder? Councillor Simmons? All those in favour of the recommendation as printed?
Sorry, Councillor Jones, was your hand up? Because I saw your hand was. Then
Yeah,
seems to be
providing
next,
that
so I'm not sure.
the consultation goes ahead and
That's exactly
Yeah,
what it
that's-
says in
yeah.
the
Yeah.
recommendation. Can everybody keep the hand raised, please?
8 in favour. Oh, sorry, not 9.
And those against? Recommendation is carried. Thank you. That concludes all the agenda items. What I would like to thank is the officers tonight and Mr. Tobin for the for the immense amount of work that's put into this and supplying the information. I'd like that recorded, please. Okay, that's it. I'd like to close the meeting at